Okay. What'd you say? Mm. Whoa, hello, hi. I am Error. Hello, welcome, thank you. Let me just get my screen in the right spot. There we go. Very good. Okay. Respawn rate. I've been going with 7. So I'm here. Nobody saw how I got here. And that's probably a good thing, because it involved sailing... It involved, sailing around the map a whole bunch. So I ended up here, and I was like, this is a new spot, and I don't know what's in this castle. So I'm gonna walk into it and find out. This is kind of ominous. Possession of the crown is required to test your courage. Take it to the royal throne. Bring back proof of your courage. What? Oh, hey guys. Are we doing a door maze? It seems like we're doing a door maze. Okay, this sucks already. Oh, good, we have a choice now. Nope. Uh-oh. I can imagine what Glance might do. The art's pretty good, though. Whoa! That's big numbers. This seems like it could get bad. It would be really funny if this worked, so let's try it. What? Wait. They just died in one hit? Poisoned? Poisoned? Why? I'm not even mad, I'm just confused. I mean, the XP in here is crazy. Alright, let's go through the whole motion. Cure the poison, change the party order. I mean, that seems okay. Armor guide, what are we looking at? Zeus Gauntlet, equipable by advanced classes only. Oh no. If this doesn't go in the order that we need, this is like the end of our... like, we're done right here. Yeah, I need that to not happen like 3 more times. Okay. Alright, we should be okay now. Honestly, works out. My favorite part of this fight is how I cast the fire resist spell and then they stopped casting fire. No, wait, okay. It did finally take effect, but only because they got an extra turn. Oh, God. Yeah, hell with it. You know, last time I saw a wizard-type version of an enemy, it sucked. Like, not for me, it was actually just bad. Like, it was not threatening. So maybe this is a problem, but... The wizard mummy casts no spells. It just punches you square in the face, and it hurts real bad. Oh, I did buy a bunch of healing potions, too. Oh, no. What? Wow, I hate that. Hey, it's Zomble! I've seen these guys before, even though I wasn't supposed to. Oh god, which one did I go into? Oh my god! The trial and error is brutal! And I really wish right now that I was able to teach Rosa that exit spell. But no! This is gonna suck. Lots of glass cannony things in here. Okay, so this one then. I don't know that I enjoy this one. Oh, shit! Okay, no, I'm definitely sure I don't enjoy this one. Are you actually kidding me? After all this, they're just gonna kill me on the doorstep of the exit? That's sure... Beef party's over, everyone. What even was any of this? Well, we've obtained knowledge, at least. I forgot that room was where I started, because there's no way out once you get in. Please get the fire prevention in before... Great timing. Incredible, actually. And yet it could have been worse. What are we doing? Guys, come on! So I've noticed the overscan's happening again. Okay, so this was a whole entire problem. Okay, can I get the fire prevention in before that happens again, or... Ineffective, 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 ineffective! And we can't get the fire prevention in. And Vivi's down, not that it really matters for this fight. Also, in one last little bit of RNG fuck you, the two enemies that we killed were the ones that already had their turns. So, that's also very good. I'm fine if you keep spamming status spells. I'm honestly totally good with that. Sure. Absolutely. I didn't even know it was possible for these enemies to stack. I didn't even realize it was possible to stack status effects. Please? Okay, we beat those things once. And it only cost us nearly everything. It sounds like the game is literally broken. You know, like when the cartridge isn't quite in there properly, and it just plays like the first two notes of the opening title track over and over, and then resets. All right. We survived, and it only cost all of my magic and, like, 20 healing potions. And now, I assume, comes the hard part. I have no idea what to expect here, so... How about some fire? A miss? Snorting darkness? I guess that's fine. Absolutely keep doing that. I don't give a shit. Okay, that'll work. That'll work, that'll work, that'll work. Ooh, I healed. I was going to say I hear good things, and it nearly came out I heal good things. And I swear to God that was not intentional. So if I'm not mistaken, we can use that to cast heal. And that's just free healing from now on. Yeah! It's not a very good heal, but it is free. It gives her something to do every turn. That's not just, like, randomly swing her hammer. Damn, I can actually equip it and still use it? Alright, let me look at this. Knives, hammer, staff. I honestly don't even know what else we're gonna find in here. But just for that, this has already been worth it. Okay, the damage isn't good, so there's no real reason to equip it. That's fair, Tarnan. I'll bring you up to speed. Off stream, I kind of sailed around in the overworld trying to find out where to go next. Found a continent that I could access by river, and ended up at this castle. Saved outside of this castle, and then walked into it, and now we're here. Oh, hell yes! Okay, so you need this more than anybody. Ice sword, ice sword, ice sword. 2925. That is the first weapon that we have found that is actually going to be more useful than the silver sword. Unless, of course, there's some bullshit. Oh, apparently there's one in the volcano as well. Which... whatever. Oh boy. Keep it going. I keep forgetting that's not doing terribly good now. Oh my god! I forgot! Not that it would have mattered. How are you only doing 3 damage to Vivi? Money, money. House. And that thing that I didn't grab from the other treasure chest, but I guess now it doesn't matter. That's important! Fuck! Fuck yeah, man! New weapon plus fast? Plus crits? I would like to save, please. Okay, so I don't know where we go with that, but I do recognize, if I'm not completely mistaken, the tail is the class change item, is it not? Wait, the hider's just on land now? I mean, that's cool that we did that. It wasn't what I was going for. I would really like to find, like, a town or something. This is fine. 52? What? Did someone put Vivi on steroids? I don't think Punch Girl is surviving this without some significant help, so let's try to help. Nice. When you initially said that there were 2 dungeons between me and a class change, what I had thought that you meant was, like, canonically in the order of the game, without, like, sequence breaking. You are supposed to go through this dungeon, then do the class change. Hey, I fought you before. Okay, bye! Okay, we're good. Oh no. I don't want to be here. Rub it! I don't know why I would have thought it would have worked. Just looking for a town. Any town. Any bastion of civilization whatsoever. I forgot to rearrange the party again. Let's go with Fogtooth. And let's also go with Burn Those, even though they're red and that may not work. Oh my god! Yes, excellent. frightening? Auto life spells. No life items. Oh, this is what we have houses for. Oh no, 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 no. Ah, fuck it. It's just money. Now that I've seen that he can take 200 damage in one shot, leaving him like half healed and assuming he's indestructible seems not like a good strategy. Yeah, I figured everyone was topped off, but I don't really trust anything anymore. Right, alright, we already checked that. That thing will poison us if we don't kill it, so I'm gonna prioritize killing it. Well, that was easier than I thought. Ow. Okay, good. I feel like I should throw an A-Fire out there just on principle. Poison! I have not been able to make heads or tails of what things in this game do and do not do poison. A couple of them are really obvious, but a bunch of them aren't. Hello, yes, hi, excuse me. Are you trying to tell me that this game individually has Man-Cat and Catman? Like, was Werecat too difficult? I guess it could still be in here somewhere. What the fuck is up with this continent? There's like more enemy types on this continent than there are in the rest of the game combined. This is fine. Yeah, okay, cool. Here's another new one. Throw some fire at it. I don't fucking know. I do remember seeing these before. I couldn't remember exactly where, but it did seem like it was a special encounter in a dungeon. This is a long way back just to ultimately go back to the ship and leave. It's honestly hard to imagine not having a white mage in the party. Yeah, you know what? That really is the best policy. The enemies of the game that can poison me are yes. Especially at this point in the game. Just assume, like, everyone in the game can poison me. It's only a question of whether they feel like it at any given moment. Oh, man. Starting to think I didn't get enough sleep last night. You wanna try it? That's not bad. You want the rest of this then? I only drink like half of it. Jesse has responded to my sleepiness with an energy drink delivery. I mean, that one fight is enough to replenish all of the money that I spent on wasting that one house and then some. And now we're back to enemies that are not threatening at all. Like, the worst these things are gonna do is annoy me slightly. Honestly, even after getting the heal staff, it's only a low tier heal. We haven't killed God yet, but we did find a tail. We found it in that castle right there. And I'm back to not knowing what to do again. Is Matoya involved in this in any way? Yes, we found a heal staff in a chest. And now we can use it as an item forever. And just cast heal during battle. Which is incredibly useful. I think that. Since I'm not, especially since I'm not equipping it. Oh, also Beef has an ice sword, and that's really good for him. No, we've seen Matoya already. What I'm wondering is, does she have anything to do with his tail? No, the Ice Sword does additional damage to fire enemies in versions of the game that are better programmed than this one. That's all it does. In this game, it hits harder than the Silver Sword. And that's the extent to which we care about it. And I'm okay with that. Yeah, it's as simple as if we had gone from, like... It's basically like we had a silver sword and we found a platinum sword, or whatever you would consider the natural upgrade path to be. The fact that it happens to be called ice is irrelevant. I mean, half the stuff in this game. And I know that we use half, like, I know that we frequently use, like, oh, half of this as a sort of, like, superlative when it's not really accurate. But it's close to half. I'm looking at the, like, weapons and armor and magic lists. And the amount of stuff that is listed as having a certain effect, and it's like, but it doesn't work that way, is pretty close to half. I just needed to get to any town. I don't really care which one. $80,000 gold! I can't wait to spend all of that money on learning 2 spells. Yep. It's honestly still really funny to me how much that initially stun-locked me when I saw it. It really looked like it was asking me for like 620,000 gold per spell. I'm trying to figure out where to go. Because we are... Sailing around blindly on the map is not crazy fun for me. And we're now at the point where it's also not useful. Also, I dressed appropriately today. I would love a thread to pull. I spent a lot of time off stream just kind of sailing around the perimeters of the different continents. And the place that I found to go was the one place that I ended up. But I killed so many Sahags. I think I got this one at Target. Many years ago, though. Before Target, you know, became, you know, 2020's Target. Bay with the river delta, a little northeast of where you got the canoe, leads to a river maze separate from the one leading to the volcano. So I think, if I'm not utterly mistaken, there's no way it's that thing we just ran into immediately just now. That would be hilarious. Oh my god, it is. Or is this Astos? Yeah, it's Astos. Okay. Never mind. I didn't remember being here because this is not how we got here the first time. Obviously. So if I'm not completely off, this is like the eastern side of the southern continent. I was initially going to say, oh, there's a vocal cover? And then I thought about it for more than 1 second, and I was like, yes, there's like 800 of them. This game's been out for 40 years, and it's beloved. Alright, that's Elfland. Oh, it's a Brentalfloss cover. Brentalfloss mentioned. There's an old video floating around the internet from PAX 2011 of Brentalfloss singing the misogynistic Tetris song directly to Jesse. To his credit, the man has like in retrospect come back around to that and been like, yeah, so this is a product of its time and I'm not that guy anymore. So we got some character development on Brentalfloss. I can't hold it against him too much. I was also an edgy asshole in my early 20s. It's just most of that stuff isn't viral on the internet, so there's no evidence of it. I don't know if this is where I'm supposed to be going. I just found another river path. We found ESPN the Ocho. No dodging is happening. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen enough character development from people. I'm a firm believer that people can improve. In fact, I have given people way too much runway in my own Discord in the hopes that we can help them improve. In my own personal experience, it has not worked out especially frequently. This looks good! Wait, no, this is just the goddamn... No, that's the Cobras! You know what I mean, though, Nova. It's that person who's, like, mostly kind of, like, they're, like, they seem like they're arguing in good faith, and they almost seem like they want to understand, but eventually you, and you can have a reasonable conversation with them, but eventually you find out that they're just immovable. And that continuing to try to give them that runway and continuing to try to, like, help them improve is actually just bringing down the mood and energy of everyone else in that space, and it's not worth it anymore. You know, that. We still have like 80 healing potions, or 70. Yep. That's the hardest thing, because I want that too. But at the same time, it needs to remain a safe and enjoyable space for everyone else. And when one person just sucks up all the air in the room, you have to weigh the needs of the many. But that's really hard for me. It's the ultimate, like, no, I can fix him. I'm buying more houses. Yes! Yeah, that's why Tom's banned. Correct. There's two people that come to mind, and one of them was way easier than the other one because they were more, shall we say, forceful? One of them was almost innocent in their opinions. Like, it was clear they came by it honestly and were just trying to understand, but were also completely rooted in their core beliefs in a way that sometimes came out in a way that was uncomfortable. The other one I'm thinking of kind of like tried to be reasonable, but then one day they got pressed enough to start dropping slurs, and then it was easy. This was a long time ago. There was an era in the Discord where political debate was a lot more lively. This very much coincided with, like, early in the first Trump administration. Honestly, in my opinion, while uncomfortable and unfortunate, I actually like it better when people act out after having been banned. Because then it's just like, then it's full justification that, like, oh yeah, Oh, this was, like, absolutely the correct decision. 1,000,000%. Like, I feel no hesitation about this at all anymore. God damn it! We were doing so good! I mean, it's fine. I've got a bunch of anti-poison spells. We'll just use them. It's just so annoying. It's so annoying! In reality, I think political debate, like, fair political debate, if you're trying to, like, give people a space to, like, play the other side or devil's advocate or whatever, really, really hard early in the first Trump administration. Like, very early, like, opening days and weeks. Because on one hand, you've seen him be a huge asshole during the campaign, but if you're being completely fair about it, you don't actually know at that point who he's gonna be in power. Right? So you're kind of looking at it with this wary eye where it's like, this seems really bad, but we don't know for sure yet. Is this the spot? Or is this just going the same way? That's just the same, yeah. Like, everyone's pretty sure they know what's gonna happen, but we haven't seen the hard proof yet, so you're still like, well, I mean, it's really all just speculation at this point. Like, these are educated guesses. But I mean, at this point, it's like, no, we have all seen enough. If you have seen everything to this point and you are not terrified, you can fuck all the way off. The evidence is ample. It makes me shiver a little bit thinking about just how much air I gave to people who didn't deserve it. You try to make a place where people can just, you know, discuss things in good faith and heal some of the division and understand one another and maybe even come to an accord about certain things. And eventually you find out that's not actually what people want to do. Everyone wants to change everyone else's mind, and I really was no different. You know, you try to tell people, like, hey, if you're gonna debate this, or you're gonna have a conversation about this, you gotta back up your shit with, like, actual facts. But then around 2017 or so, the concept of actual facts became very theoretical for a lot of people. And then you gotta start going into the whole thing of like, no. That shit's not real, though. Man, the first, like, 6 months of the first Trump administration, where, like, that wolf is the smartest enemy in this game. We started using fake news as a useful term to describe, like, bullshit Russian propaganda that was coming out during the election to try to tilt public opinion. And then as they do, the fucking failed Reich came out and was like, actually, fake news is everything we don't like. Everything that comes out that paints us in a bad light, we'll just call that fake. We don't like that. I really thought that single spider was gonna come out and just poison the shit out of me. And it had 2 chances to do it! It wouldn't have been a big deal, but it would have been so fucking annoying. And then he just had, like, a run of, like... He just had a run of, like... everything that anyone said about him, he would just start using it and make that his term. Which is absolutely straight up the Nazi propaganda strategy. Whatever people say about you, say it about them. I hate that I'm talking about this right now. Did you guys know that Caribe is the term for the Caribbean Sea and the people who live in it, but it's also a South American term for piranha? That's pretty cool. In a game full of strange enemy, naming conventions, that's what I'm actually pretty happy about. I think that one's fun. I think that in terms of just general navigation in this game, I'm kind of surprised at where they expect you to go with some of this. I see that cave down there. Oh my god! So that I've talked in previous streams about the way the game gives you a feeling of, like, freedom very early on. Because you get the ship after, like, an hour. And the ship moves fast, and you get a fun little jingle for it, and it feels like you can go damn near anywhere. And then you actually look at the map, and it's like, no, I'm really actually kind of locked to this little inland sea. So it's honestly very much to the game's credit that it gives you a sense of freedom without giving you actual freedom. Because actual freedom would not be good. You would end up at all, like, there would be too many places to check. You'd get lost really easily. You'd end up in all sorts of places that kick your ass, like, way earlier than you're supposed to. It would be terrible for progression. But it feels, because the map is designed so well, like you can go damn near anywhere. Just one ogre? The fuck? Yeah, no. But see, the thing about that also is that once you do get, so this inland sea just to the left of our crosshairs, this is where you initially get the boat. You can go a lot of places, but none of them are too crazy. It's a very small sort of micro area, and that's a really good way to start you. Then that little isthmus on the left side, you bring the TNT, you bomb that open, it's like, okay, you can get through that as like a canal now. And that gives you access to literally the whole rest of the map. And yet, what the game expects you to do is not to go explore the other continents, because there's no docks on those continents for you to land on. You instead need to just continue to explore the southern continent in places you didn't have access to before. And that's really counterintuitive to what you actually want to do as a player, because you're like, hey, we're free, we're out here. What's over here? What's up there? I want to see what's up on that continent. I don't want to, like, go to the same continent, but the other side of that mountain range or whatever. That's not what I was excited to do. And yet, that kind of seems like what they expected you to do. Okay, these guys will hit hard, but they shouldn't be, like, terribly frightening at this point. Well, yeah, that's just it. Like, the fact that you can only land at docks is very limiting. And so, like, I guess on some level, it's good that they don't actually let you go up to the continents. But the result of that is they just kind of waste a lot of your time, because you go up there looking at those continents anyway. And then ultimately, it's like, no, you actually just have to land the ship, like, 5 miles east of where you were. Random battles EXP, except that the fights that you get into on the ship never scale. So by the time you get out of there, you're not actually getting any reasonable amount of EXP from those battles at all. Please no paralyze. Actually, paralyze would be fine. It's the other thing we don't want. Petrified is the word I'm looking for. I have sunk a massive amount of resources into petrification, not prevention, but treatment. We can't really prevent it. Relative to the number of times it has actually happened, which is 0. No, sorry, 1. It happened once, and I was like, oh, fuck! Can't be having that. So I went and spent, like, 5,000 gold on softs and a soft spell. Items and a spell to fix it. Just in case. And it has not happened again since. I'm not really mad about it. It's kind of like if you see someone's house burn down and you're like, shit, we gotta get like fire extinguishers and like a whole like smoke detectors and shit. And then being mad that your house doesn't burn down. It's like, I'm not mad that the house doesn't burn down, and it's good that I have like a way to prevent that. So it's fine, I'm not complaining. I don't want to be petrified. Do you hear me, game? I don't want it. Don't make that happen, please. Let me explain what's happening with the overscan right now, especially on the vertical scrolling. I had a power outage last night. And with the power outage, the RetroTink and my computer and everything turned off and took all my settings with it. Because I didn't actually save the settings, I just kind of left it on and kept running the same settings. Didn't realize that I needed to save them. They're saved now, but they're also wrong. Oh, hey, I remember this guy. He wasn't terribly threatening when I fought him before, but I bet he has a really bad spell that I don't want him to cast. So I'll just punch him in the face 4 times, and then he won't get to. This is the Punch Girl way. Oh, suddenly 59 damage came out of nowhere. I looked up a guide about how to get good settings for, like, RetroTink for NES. And I think on some level it's, like, supposed to replicate, like, proper CRT effect. I don't know if it's actually working, because I haven't played on a CRT in, like, Not as long as you would think. I think the last time I had a CRT to play on, it was probably 2014. I hear people wax poetic about the CRT effect, and I don't hate it, but I didn't even know they could do that. I don't hate it, but I don't have, like, nostalgia for it, because the visual fidelity is not something that I really, like, pay a lot of attention to. And this is consistent across many things. At a certain point, past 1080, I don't really notice much about resolution. I can't really see frame rates. You know, the CRT thing, it's not that I can't tell the difference, it's just that I don't have a strong preference. Let's throw a harm 2 at this. Yeah, we are Ellipsis, but not in, like, a particularly positive way. We're actually talking about how much it doesn't really matter very much to us. Yeah, we had a power flicker last night, and it screwed up all my RetroTink settings because I didn't save them. So we're having a little bit of the vertical, we're having a little bit of the vertical, like, screen wrapping. Which we had fixed previously, but now it's back. That's cool. It's basically the same as the Ice Sword. I mean, to give you some insight as to, like, how much I pay attention to, like, the overall fidelity of things, I played the first 2 hours of this game, or so, with audio only coming into the right side of my head and didn't notice. So the discussion of, like, oh, laymen notice at this point and experts notice at this point, and I think that's true, but I'm like beyond either in terms of, like, not giving a shit. I was actually going to say that resolution ends up making a lot more difference to me if there's text on screen, because I need that text to be clear. Ah! Frost Dragon, huh? I haven't used it yet, but this seems like a time for a ice. Fuck. What are we full on? Probably armor. I was in a town. I could have sold this shit. It's fine. That's gonna sell for like $100. Ooh. Oh no, that's good actually. Does Zeus Gauntlet do anything? It will. It's really good armor for promoted classes. Oh, you know what though? That's not what you're asking, is it? You're asking if we can use it to... Yeah, we can use it to cast lightning too for free. So that's neat. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's probably, I'm glad we looked that up, actually. Okay, flame armor and ice armor are the same, aside from their elemental affinities. Reduce damage from fire attacks and enemies, which, considering you just ran into a frost dragon, is probably not what we need at this time. Come on! I don't really want to drop the silver, because I could sell it for good money, but at this point it's like one encounter's worth of money. Is it time to fight the Frost Dragon again? It sure the fuck is! It's not like it was hard the first time. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Thanks! Ah! Oh no. Oh no. This is fine. This is... What? Wait! Hold on, was she low health? Was she low health and I just didn't notice? Was I walking around with her at like 5 hit points? I just need to make sure that that wasn't some crazy touch of death shit. Well, we did technically come prepared for this. And so it goes. As it ever was. Alright, Beef Girl's back in action. Oh, so in a previous, what prompted it is that we have the sort of like overscan, top-bottom scrolling. And I had adjusted what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, we had that. That was happening the other day, and I had fixed it with settings, and now it's unfixed because we had a power outage last night, and all of the settings reset. And I tried to reset. I tried to like look up the same settings that I had before, and a lot of what I had to do was just some sort of like screen setting fixing. And I didn't save any of that, so... Oh, it worked! It actually worked! I cast mute, and it worked, and then it actually stopped the spell from happening. Take that, you silent bitch! Anyway. Sorry, I got a little excited there. I don't think there has been a time when I actually tried to, like, cast mute and it actually stopped a spell from coming out. Yeah, it sure was. That would have hurt. Like, I wouldn't have been excited about it if he was casting, like, Dark. This is gonna suck, isn't it? No, that doesn't suck. Neither does that. Okay. Oh, shit. I don't remember how or why, but I saw these once before. I think they might have been on the peninsula. They started casting Frost, which was a multi-target ice spell that wiped everybody very quickly. But now I guess it doesn't matter. 4 French wolves. They just be putting random numbers on this. How much gold should be in this treasure chest? I don't know. Smash the number pad and see what comes up. It says there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. All right, yeah, put that in there. I don't give a fuck. They are the most effective kind of damage mitigation, and my personal favorite. Speaking of money holes, for the first time in many years, I finally spent a good chunk of time yesterday playing through chapters 1 and 2 of Deltarune again, in preparation for picking up chapters 3 through 5, which I've still not touched. And somehow also not seen spoilers of. Which I'm not sure how we managed that, but I'm pretty psyched about it. Let's try mute again. I'm not using any of those level 2 spells anyway. No! No! Okay, no! Okay, no, 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 no. That was... Oh, shit. We can't bring her back up. Fuck. Fuck! Shit! There, like, was not any... That wasn't, like, a misplay. There literally just wasn't anything I could do to prevent that. And when that happened to Punch Girl earlier, and I was like, wait a minute. Why are they on the ground? That's hilarious. I'm trying to, like, weigh my options here. we're so far into it at this point that I don't know if... I should probably bail out, right? Like, modern RPG player me is like... Yeah, just push forward a little more and we can bring her back up at the next save point or something. Like, having an incomplete party is pretty squarely a death sentence, I feel like. Did I already pick that one up and just I forgot? Alright, we're leaving. This joke is probably for nobody in this room. But if the FR wolves are French wolves, then this is clearly Victor Wembanyama. Please kill it. Thank you. Oh, this might be bad. Oh, this might be bad. Oh, shit! Run. We can't do this. We cannot do this. Oh my god! We have one shot at this, and that's running from every single fight we encounter the entire way out of here. Wait, what? Oh, Christ. That's a very late reminder, Taronin! Fuck! Oh, we're doomed. I should hit the reset button right now. This is not happening. At least that was a good spell choice. Beef Rosa sounds like a type of pasta. We're just hitting the run button on every encounter as much as we can until we die. That's all we got. Chance to strike first. Nigorandayo! Drop the silver thing. Probably to pick up another silver thing. Ice Shield's not bad. Won't be useful to me at the moment. So I'm going to assume the hole is not what we want, but the stairs are. I'm not going to be able to run from this. It's the best option. It's probably not going to work, but I got nothing else. They're going to be resistant to any other type of magic. Fall into crack! Yeah! Honestly, I will so happily take 2. That is 2 more than I thought we were gonna get. For enemies that are, like, technically classed as boss enemies, or mini-bosses or whatever, like, any sort of instant death spell working on them is... Wait, what? Oh, this is awesome in some ways and awful in many others. Oh, shit, that's not free. I was considering it, and then I was like, I'm not too scared of the river monsters. And then the Hydra hit me for 60 hit points because Beef isn't in the party. But now I'm on the river and it's too late. So I guess we'll just run from the river monsters as well. Unless they strike first and now we're poisoned! I understand that the spell is called Rub in reference to, like, being rubbed out. I get that, and I think that's fine. However, does anyone else have the mental image when it gets used of, like, a big-ass Bugs Bunny cartoon pencil coming in and just erasing them off the screen? Because that's how I always kind of, like... I don't know what that is. But if that makes you happy, it can be that reference. I think the nearest town is probably the river one down here. Got no time for this. I'm probably being too kind, but I think I'm still gonna justify this. Survival! I'm still gonna justify it just because, like, it's not unreasonable for them to look at, like, the AI sound in Japanese and be like, yeah, it's the same sound as, like, if you put a Y there in English, so that'll, like, people will pronounce it the same. I'm not only remembering to save, I'm also remembering to top off all of my healing potions before saving. You know, I assumed it from the size of the text box, but there was a part of me that was like, oh god, is my gold gonna cap off at 99,999? And the thing is, I figure there's probably going to be spells later on that cost like 80 or 90,000. And I just was like, yeah, and they won't let you hold enough to buy 2 of those at a time. You'll have to hit the gold cap, then buy a spell, then grind for another 100,000 to buy the next one. Ellipsis, it's 1987, and one person is doing the UI amidst 18 other jobs. So no, you cannot. Hold on. There's more to do. Fucking survived that shit. And we're stronger for it. I did not think that was going to happen. Sales! Okay. I walked 3 steps out of town and the white mage took 100 points of damage. That's fine. Fucking fine. Whatever, man. I do have stuff to sell in town, so let's free up the 2 inventory spaces we're gonna hold. Game designers take note. Maybe don't take all of the note all the time, though. I need to check on this. I think the ice armor has better base stats. Or the ice shield has better base stats than the silver shield. It does. It does. Much better stats. we do have to decide. We have to decide if we're keeping the flame armor or the ice armor, because I'm not keeping both. I do actually think, despite how much elemental shit doesn't work in this game, from what I can tell, the armors do actually have damage reduction from basically their opposite elements. I think we're keeping the flame armor, as we are currently in an ice area, and the flame armor helps against ice enemies, whereas the ice armor helps against fire enemies native to the place that we just left. Feels bad, but the fighter's the only one who's ever going to be able to equip it. And if he can't use it now, he's not using it. And it's not worth keeping a spot for everyone else. And I can't sell the Zeus Gauntlet because, first of all, it casts magic. Second of all, Beef will be able to equip it, but he has to class change first. Oh, right, it doesn't matter. Well, whatever, we'll use it anyway. I was like, oh shit, we can use the flame sword against the ice enemies. I was actually thinking that. Because I had the same idea in reverse. I gave the heal staff to the Black Mage so I could get the Black Mage to heal if I need extra heals. So, same concept. I really like the way that the limited inventory makes you think about shit. Like, I have space to pick up 2 pieces of armor from treasure chests. And that's it. And normally I would just hoard those things and not think about it. It's like, oh, maybe I'll need the fire sword later. Maybe I'll hit an area where there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of this or a lot of that, and I'll want to put the elemental thing back on. And here it's like, yeah, that's a hypothetical, but right now I am over encumbered, so I need to get rid of this shit. Damn, Rosa, that's a good shark. That's a good shark bonk. I think 500 damage from the black belt is a new high watermark for damage. It's not there, is it? Oh, it is. Shit. In my heart, I genuinely feel like the Kuriboh can poison me. Having the items that can cast spells is hilarious in this game, considering that the scaling doesn't work properly. So I could literally just give the... fighter the Zeus Gauntlet. And he will cast Lightning 2 with the exact same potency as a highly powered black mage. Further eliminating any possible point of having actual mages in the party. I was just talking to Tom earlier about how his general party construction is like 4 fighters or 4 black belts. And how that is just objectively playing the game on easy mode. Because, like, the typical thoughts that you might have about party balance in this game do not exist. That shit's not real. Hilarious. For black mages feels like it might be like the hardest challenge run. Like, that feels almost impossible. Yeah, you'll notice that when we first talked about the idea of items that can cast spells, my brain just like auto-completed that they must be consumable, and I was like, oh yeah, that's usually a thing. I don't know how useful it'll be, but sure. And then once we established that the items were in fact not consumable and could just be cast for free forever, and then later discovered that your intelligence stat does not affect the strength of magic whatsoever. So anyone who happens to use the item is casting that spell at full place. At full power. Sorry, I was reading chat and I saw place and that word entered my brain instead of full power. This has been an excellent idea. Wait, did I just use the silver bracelet for some reason? Vivi's drunk. Yeah, nothing happens. It's not the worst idea in theory. In practice, in this particular situation, it's, doesn't do anything. I guess the real benefit here, it's funny having them use items and it's the black mage is doing the healing and the white mage is doing the damage. But it's really useful to set it up that way because sometimes we might need double of both of one of those things. Like, if I switch it up, kill that thing very quickly. Like, there are definitely going to come instances where we desperately need to heal twice. Look, everyone, it's a Graypede. No, it's clearly gray. You can tell because of the color. No. No, fuck off! You don't get to go first! God damn it! We're not fucking around. You're gonna kill that thing and you're gonna kill it immediately. You... Don't let it go again. Let me just check something real quick. I'm gonna check something real quick. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. There absolutely is a skill that protects the party from instant death spells. That will, of course, be available after the Cave of Instant Death Spells. Naturally. I was looking through, I was like, I'm sure that I saw that A-Rub is a thing. And it is. It's a tier 7 spell. Uh-huh. Yup. Right. Actually, no. Use the real shit this time. Remember earlier when I was saying sometimes we might need a double heal? Yeah. Oh my god! Ugh! Hey, what's in the box? You mean like... Yup! Wait, no? Wait, what the fuck is that? No, come on! Like, it didn't sound like it was gonna be anything special, but I didn't expect it to be literal starting equipment. What the fuck, man? And I can't even get the one in the middle. It's surrounded by holes. I understand that in a realistic case, if you are just spelunking around in random caves, not every piece of treasure you find is going to be life-changing. Right? Sometimes you're gonna open a box and it's gonna have some fucking, like, rocks in it. In my heart, I know that. But I also know that that sucks in a video game. I'm not crazy, right? There's no way to get to this chest. Right. That's scripted, I think. Yeah, it's like if you want to put a box in the corner and say, yeah, it's got some bullshit in it. Fine. But it should, like, line up somewhat with the amount of effort I had to put into it. Don't put the box of bullshit behind the, like, the legendary Zom Dragon. There's a way to get to that chest, but no easy way. Starting to sound an awful lot like, we're gonna go on a whole, like, 25-minute roundabout side quest to get a small knife. Christ almighty. What the? They're not even using rub, right? Am I reading this wrong? They're not even using the instant death spell, they just have a touch of death on attack? Yeah, no, they're just insta-killing us. They're just tapping us on the shoulder and we're dropping dead. That's literally it. I thought I was crazy the first time. I was asking you guys, like, was Punch Girl at low health? Because she just dropped dead. And I did not initially understand why that happened. I mean, it kind of is. It kind of is better, only in the sense that I have a better game plan for approaching those things in the future, which is to just not fight them. Like, straight up from here on, I will run from that shit. I have zero interest in engaging with this in any way whatsoever. I have not really been able to ascertain this as I've played. Is there any rhyme or reason whatsoever to turn order? Because it really feels like they're just... There's only 2 of them. Hi there, love. Yeah. Game's good. I dropped my controller on the floor, which is really about as close as I ever get to throwing one. This is just a brand new hell. So it honestly really feels like everybody rolling for priority makes sense and is pretty standard for an RPG. But usually those priority rolls are like modified in some way by like your base stats. Like, faster characters should get more bonuses to faster rolls. And it feels like the background process of determining priority in this game is everybody roll a d20 and shut the fuck up. Also, if there's a tie, you lose. I don't know that last part is the case, but it sure feels like it. I hesitate to even give voice to this, but this is a not terrible start. Fuck off. Fuck off. No. Watch them not let me run. I assumed it would be agility. But the character that seems to have the highest agility does not seem to get to go first. Guess who's not going for that treasure chest? This is totally scripted. Agility from base stats. That doesn't seem terrible. That honestly doesn't seem like the worst thing, because from what I can tell, at least, a lot of the evasion that you get from, or a lot of the agility that you get from equipment is, like, negative. Like, they are debuffs more than anything. Cannot explain how much better this all started going the moment I decided to start running away from the Touch of Death sorcerers. Like, it's actually kind of hilarious. That worked out in a super satisfying way. Ah! Them getting to strike first and just completely erase a party member, literally erase. It says it on the screen. Before you can move, is some of the most diabolical shit this game has to offer. Not the two that I expected to survive. Though I guess when the entire game system is running off of like, hey, that guy, fuck them in particular. There's really no betting on who's staying up and who isn't. I could even deal with getting fucked over by the priority system if there was consistency to it. Because then at least I would know, like, alright, well, alright, little flavor text. Little flavor text, apparently the tail is stinky. Wait, no, that's the exit. Honestly, could have been worse. Defend cold. White Mage cast Give Everyone a Nice Fleece. That's fine. The levels keep going up, which is fine. Wow. Can't remember the last time I got 3 at a time. Alright, back we go. Remember, like, an hour and a half ago? Wait, where the fuck? Okay, we got these already. Remember, like, an hour and a half ago when I thought poison was the worst status effect in this game? And then the game was like, okay, but hear me out. What if we just introduce a status effect where you just die? And suddenly everyone can do it for free. In Wario Land 3, every enemy inflicts status, but the status, like, having the status effects inflicted on you and then using them to your advantage is how you progress through the game. I'm very curious about this, by the way. I'm gonna walk into the stairs because I feel like I'm confused and I think I'm a floor further down than I actually am. So I'm immediately upset reading this description. Because it starts with like, hey, you know what? It's actually really easy and simple. And then it starts with throwing out random integers. And I know that what I'm probably seeing is that this is the description that's intended for a different audience. And to some, this actually is really simple. Binomial theorem. Yep, got it, got it, got it. Okay, yeah. So basically, if I'm understanding this, okay, yeah, good. This is where I want to be. If I'm understanding this correctly, your stats do matter. And it is calculated by, your turn order is determined by, it is determined by your actual agility stat and your actual, like by real numbers. But then there's only like a 13% chance or so that actually matters. And there's like an 87% chance that shit gets put in the blender. Didn't mean to do that, but that's okay. I think that's what I'm reading. There's basically like a random shuffler with a bunch of checks involved, and there's a higher chance of your turn order being shuffled than you actually staying in your actual spot that you're supposed to be in. Okay, we got these. Into the pit! Oh, fuck me, man. Oh, no! Wait, what does this remind me of? This reminds me of a very specific monster from a very specific, much newer video game. Something indie. Okay, bye. Oh. Oh! So when I bailed out of the cave, I was actually like 90% of the way through the cave. Oh, that's good. It's really cool that we saw the enemy with the party-wide instant death spell again. Once again, before you get access to the spell that prevents instant death. The order of operations is will. It's all up to Punch Girl now! Bye. They don't feel bad, they're super rich. Just the whole fucking thing again. In case you missed it, we were like fully healed up. I wasn't like unnecessarily running on low health, trying to conserve, trying to like hoard healing items or anything. We were like buffed up. We were feeling good. We got the big prize in the cave. We were doing practically like a victory lap walking out of there. Ran into a party of 4 mages who all used rub immediately on different party members, and it worked on 3 of the 4. And then I came back and they zapped Punch Girl to death on the next turn. And that was how that run ended. Completely outside of my control. Like, I was just walking. And then before I got control of any of the events on screen, 75% of my party member was eating dirt. And then the worst part is, I got a turn. And then all that shit we were talking about with the turn order fucking us over, that shit happened again. Because I was trying to run from the encounter, which was the right choice, because all I had to do was just escape alive. I could have just run from a couple of encounters and healed up between so I could take a couple of hits in the interim, and it would have been fine. And I would have used a house or a cabin on the overworld to save, and we would have just, you know, tucked our tails and run back to town. But no, in addition to getting the surprise attack, in erasing 75% of my party before I could fucking move, they also got like the first 3 turns in the next in the next turn. They got the first 3 actions in the next turn, so I couldn't even attempt to run. Fuck off, Frost Dragon! I think this is like the ice cavern or some shit. I don't know, because the game doesn't actually properly name anything, but everything in here has been ice elemental, so I'm assuming it's the ice cave. Or cavern, or whatever the fuck. I really thought that was gonna kill one of them. When we were in the volcano, which is already a kind of amusing way to start a sentence, we were talking about class changes. Because we got the canoe. And I was like, damn, I feel kind of underleveled for this. Am I supposed to have the class change? And the answer was, there are 2 dungeons between you and a class change, and they're both more difficult than this. And on some level, I did believe that. But I believed it in the sense of like, well, yeah, of course. Like, they're later dungeons. So the enemies scale up. They're going to deal more damage. They're going to have more HP. They're going to have more dangerous spells and stuff. To put it simply, I expected to be fucking normal. Like, normal difficulty scaling. Not this freak shit. There was a door maze, yes. There was a door maze, and it was okay, because there was significantly less instant death in the door maze. Motherfuck! There's absolutely no way to prepare for it. There's actually no way to prepare for it. I do think it's a scripted encounter. Like, I think it's on a tile, because it seems to show up there. But they always get priority and just wipe half the party before you can move. And I can't stress this enough. There are ways to prepare. There are ways to prepare for and prevent being killed by instant death spells that will not be available to us until after we finish this dungeon. I am healing people that have not taken any damage because I don't have any control over turn order. the fuck is this gonna look like in Stranger in Paradise? Surely we can take one. Surely we can deal with one. Okay. Reminder that those are the other enemies that instantly kill you. And what's fun about them is that they don't even have to cast anything. They just kind of walk up to you and, like, tap you on the shoulder and you just drop dead. Which is funny, because these guys don't do that, despite looking way more like Grim Reapers. Sorcerers are mind flayers, which explains the instant death. But then what are the wizards? Which are just mind flayers, but in a vanilla color. What? Actually, what is that, though? Okay. I thought that was gonna be some sort of D&D deep cut that was just beyond me. So if you don't know what it is either, I feel good about that. It's really funny, like, I have a lot of memories of this game, but none of it is this far into the game. So I have a ton of memories of, like, fighting a bunch of pirates in the town, and then getting the ship and sailing around, and maybe even grabbing the crystal and taking it back to Matoya. And really not very much of anything after that. So I really didn't remember having to deal with the ice cave of insta-death. I honestly didn't even remember instant death being, like, a significant problem in this game. Like, at all. Obviously, it exists. It exists in, like, every RPG. There's always a death spell. There's always got to be something that just, like, drops you instantly. But usually it works rarely, and there's not an entire cave full of them. Honestly, all of this going down in the ice cave or cavern or whatever this is called is hilarious because the ice theming of this location is completely irrelevant at this point. So I'm pretty sure we're going to hit it 2 spaces to the left. It's right at the junction of going down that path. No? Oh, is it here instead? Okay, I think we've managed to avoid drowning. Or I'm wrong and it's actually on the next screen. It might be on the next screen. I'm really doubting myself super hard now. I'm expected to level up in a bunch at a place where an enemy has a math instant death abilities. You have to save very regularly. That makes sense. It would be super cool if we were allowed to do that. I think that would be cool and good. These are just scary enough. We're honestly not using these on anything else. Sick, actually. Just for safety. We'll top up a bit so that the number is bigger when we die next time. Just to double check. Right? Yeah, we really grabbed all of these and then just bailed. That's really a decision that we made. Which seemed wasteful once I realized that the hole just leads us to the place that we want to get to. But then walking halfway out of there and getting completely washed makes it seem like maybe that was the smart decision after all. Let's go, RNG. Oh. You know, the battle music hasn't really changed all that much. I'm not even entirely certain if we've gotten, like, a proper boss theme. Also, shoutouts to the fact that you could just fall down the pit here without collecting this. Also, this is for sure supposed to be a beholder, right? Yeah, it's kill, and it's also full party. No, I have it up here. There is definitely one that's full party. I thought it was that. Oh no, it's not. Zap is full party. XXXX is just death, but better. It's Deathaga. Just like the thought process that had to happen to even consider that using mute was gonna take effect in time. Like that the turn order would even work in our favor. That we wouldn't just kill the enemy before it came out. That it would work, and that the enemy would actually cast something that was like mutable. I honestly think that I was able to just sidestep the mage. I think that is a trapped tile. And I think... This is actually so threatening. I am also one of those two people. In addition to understanding how, like, level something status works. I also played Triangle Strategy. Do not stairs, what are you doing to me? No, we went in the hole already. No, stop! Stop! Just stop! Stop it! We're so close! You're trying to make me do another loop! Let me the fuck out of this hell! And after all that, we get out of it in perfect health with, like, all of our spells and all of our health. We used 4 potions! We used 4 potions! The successful run was completely out of our control. It literally was just like, the cave has decided to not fuck you this time. That was literally the only difference. We did everything exactly the same. And the game was just like, you may pass. I have no clue what to do now. This is unfortunate for me, but as the discussion in chat has turned to The World Ends With You, and that is apparently what the level I or level 1 death was in reference to, maybe I don't understand it as well as I thought I did. Oh, you know what? I know the exact spot. I know the exact spot you're talking about. And I think I even know roughly where it is. It was a desert where there were no encounters, and I thought that was very strange. A very small desert. I also remember some people in town talking about an airship being buried. So that's all coming together in my mind now. We'll go there. I think the boat's over here. It's actually a little unfortunate that we've gotten to the point in the game where most of the overworld encounters are just kind of tedious rather than interesting again. Well, see, that's what I was getting initially, is like, I kind of understood the joke because 6 actually has a lot of these types of spells. Like, there's level 4 Flare, but that game also has, like, level 3 Muddle and level 5 Doom. And they all have the same effect of, like, working on multiples of levels. Like, if your level is a multiple of X number. There, yes. I'm basically right next to it. This is one of the few times I've actually had to go into my inventory to use a key item. And just like that, we never used the ship ever again. This does not look like a particularly sturdy airship. I will say that. This looks like a fun place to investigate. Sick! I don't think we can learn any of that right now. Oh shit, we actually can. Give it to me. We can't learn Brack. And it wouldn't matter if we could, because it's just another... It's just another flavor of death spell. Sick! Hi, thanks. Okay, cool. We can't class change either of these. Do you have great power? The world is square, everyone. We've been to the city just south of here. Cannot understand a word spoken there. I've wondered what language. The fairy at the spring was kidnapped. Castle in the West is a place to test courage. Been there, done that. Okay, so these are important. Now that we have completed the cave of sudden instantaneous death, we have now found the item that prevents sudden instantaneous death. Passively, forever. Yeah, it equips as a gauntlet. And is 2 points better for damage absorption than the silver gauntlet that only the fighter can equip, while also being 2 points lighter, so it's better for evasion as well. Meanwhile, for everyone else, they've been wearing regular-ass gloves since one of the starting towns. So it is a 7-point damage improvement for all of them, in addition to having the passive effect of preventing instant death. So it is a huge damage, it is a huge, like... It's a huge armor upgrade in addition to having an incredibly important passive effect. Do need to give them gold bracelets. But I need to also see what the hell is available. I believe that is only for ninjas. I'm wrong. The katana is only for ninjas. This is equipable by black wizards. It was really cool being rich for like 5 seconds. But then you enter one town and it's like, that's gone. Meanwhile, the item shops just sell the same shit everywhere. Which is kind of nice, actually. What's a random pirate doing outside the healing? Oh, but when Link does it, it's okay. That's an unnecessarily nice little flair in the writing, actually. If this were a Zelda game, we would play the flute. So instead, we will play the lute. Nothing happens. We're not very good at it. So I have a hunch on where the class changes. And it feels like here-ish. You know... oh, dear. At least we can't be killed instantly. We didn't sleep in that town, did we? I'm not 100% certain that we saved since leaving that cave. And that is, in fact, why I stepped out of that cave. Because I was like, you know, I'm not sure that we're in the right place, and we might get fucked up, so let's drop a save. Just in case. Only the courageous ones bring back the proof of their courage. Wouldn't the truly courageous ones just not feel the need to prove it? Why? Nothing worth looking at here. It's not just redundant, I also feel like it's wrong. Not on the marshlands, huh? Alright, let's try this one then. This does feel like the right place. Because they did low-key mention the proof of courage. So that makes me think that this is the... Hi. Okay, I was gonna say... No, this tracks! The dragons are hoarding gold. In irregular quantities. That tracks. It's later than I realized, so, what do y'all say we get big and then call it a night? Oh, no, that makes sense. Of course he would be the one. Oh, can I just... Why? Just to make me fight a manticore on the way in? Wait, it only does poison without any actual, like, innate damage? I mean, the poison's still annoying, but that's baby shit at this point. I just suffered through a dungeon where everybody looks you to death. Go to the Castle of Ordeal to the northeast. There will be... There we will test and bring back proof of our courage. Way ahead of you. I'm sorry, did he say Castle of Ordeal? Once in the north, there were beautiful palaces and big mechanical castles. Mechanical castles, you say? That does bring a particular thing to mind. One singular. Castle of exactly one ordeal as a treat. This feels right. I somewhat started to expect Endless Stairs music to play. Jesus Christ, the black wind begins to howl. Yeah, you think? We have to fight him, don't we? The tail of a rat proves your courage. I shall give you the honor due true warriors. Oh, we do. No, we're just buffed now. That's incredibly underwhelming. That's so absurdly underwhelming. I mean, I get that. Like, we went through the big fight to get the tail in the first place. See, it's in this one. As long as we're here. But I still thought it'd be like, ah, good, you've brought me the tail of the rat. Now I will test your courage personally. Unprofitable business is not a practice of the Dragons of Cardia? What? Wait, it's a mercantile society? Well, let's see where we're at, I guess. It seems very little has changed. That's a town we'll be going to later. Ooh, a waterfall. We can't. No, of course not. That would be silly. Yeah, equipable gear, also equipable spells. High-level magic and some low-level magic, because apparently they just don't want you to. They just don't want to give you a fucking exit spell until you've classed up. Because fuck you. Oh, my bad. Thanks for not taking my money and letting me learn it twice. This is a lot of money, so I am actually going to check and see if it's at all worth buying. It's good! You could take the power staff, I guess. I guess it's classed as a dagger, technically? I do still need to, buy gold bracelets for both of the mages. That'll be a huge upgrade for them. But I don't have any money left, so I'm gonna go sleep at an inn and call this a successful day. Eventually. Based on how this has gone, I'm gonna assume 400 gold. Fuck! It's fine. It's like one fight. You know, I mentioned earlier on how much more iconic the beginning sprites are in this game than the later sprites, and I think it's because you play more of the game as them, and also the earlier part of the game, which more people will have seen more often. I think there's another reason, and that's that these upgraded sprites suck a little bit. They got a little bit of same face syndrome going on. And it's not that the other ones didn't. But also, like, I don't know, I get what we're going for here, but I didn't actually want my black mage to have a face. Like, him having the same face as the black belt, or, God, what is it called now? Master? Yeah, Master. Alright, so, before you see me again, I think what I will probably do is take the airship around and buy some of the spells that we couldn't learn in earlier areas that I really want, like Warp and Exit. And then when we come back, I can fly around Lost and eventually land someplace that's new and find some fresh hell to complain about. And it'll be a good time. Eventually. How we feel about Outer Wilds? We feel good about Outer Wilds? Let's go have an Outer Wilds. I had to stay up late so that we could make actual progress. Like, spending 2 to 3 hours of the entire stream in the cave of instant death, fuck you, get wrecked. While entertaining on some level, I did not want to return to it next time. So this better. This good better. Okay. I should be back tomorrow. I will definitely be back the day after tomorrow, because the day after tomorrow is my Kuso match. Round 3, 20 points. We'll see what happens with that. Tomorrow, probably just this. Unless I sleep in. We'll see. Okay, bye.